Hello, welcome to the original Until Dawn to continue the sound effects only playthrough to celebrate the game's 10th anniversary. There's only the sound effects and they're loud, so headphone users just be aware that there will be really loud sounds happening. Not all the time, some sounds won't be really loud, but when there's jump scares and there's like explosions and all that kind of stuff, then the sound can get really, really loud. So just a heads up for that. You might want to turn down your volume or at a more comfortable level to cover your ears and all that. Hey there, Max. Hope things are going well. Let's pin that message to the top of chat. There we go. We're up to chapter 7 of the story, and in chapter 5, the character of Sam can get captured. And there's a few things that can either guarantee that she will, or things that can go wrong and she'll become captured. But if you do the right things, could actually be avoided as well. Thank you, Max, for the good morning wishes. You're healthy, not wealthy, not wise. Hope you're doing well. Well, I mean, it's good that you're healthy, Max. Being wise and wealthy is definitely important. There's a certain level of, importance, but being healthy is definitely the most important. I'm doing well, thanks, Max. Been having a good day today. Been looking forward to jumping into more Until Dawn. Just want to go over some of the updates that we've had to the butterfly effect categories. Because I don't have subtitles active for this playthrough, it means that tracking the story in that way is unavailable. So we'll recap with these butterfly effect categories. So we had the Whose Side Are You On? In which Matt sided with Emily during the fight with Jessica. Emily was sympathetic to Matt. Something for later. Sam found a baseball bat and left it in the cellar. Sam had the option to use the bat when being chased. Sam hit the psycho to escape. And we had an update to On the Same Page, or rather, its first instance. Matt supported Emily's plan to go to the tower and get help. Who gets the gun? Emily kept the flare gun. Save yourself? Matt jumped to safety. In keeping with this game's theme of the butterfly effect, how one small action can have unforeseen consequences later, this game really takes that to heart, because it's not just something that you do that then has a result straight away. Some things you do in chapter 1 will actually change things for later and lock you into a certain way of how things have to go. So, for example, in chapter 1, if you shoot the squirrel as Chris, there is an instant repercussion that happens, but it's not the full repercussion of shooting the squirrel. So if Chris shoots the squirrel, it doesn't actually mean that he's going to have repercussions. It means that Sam has repercussions. And so the butterfly effect is not going to be lenient on those who had nothing to do with the actual actions of someone else. So the actions as one character can definitely affect other characters, and sometimes not even affect the person who did the wrong thing. Max, poor squirrel. Yeah, my preferred choices in this game are definitely not to shoot the squirrel, not to throw the snowball at the bird, and all that kind of stuff. with Chris shooting the squirrel in chapter 1, Sam gets scratched on the forehead. And you might think that's probably the extent to what happens, but it's not. It also affects chapter 5, the chapter in which Sam is being chased by the psycho. It can feel unfair if you shot the squirrel as Chris and then Sam gets punished and then Sam gets captured later on, because you might have pressed all the buttons that the game threw at you to try to escape from the psycho. But that choice as Chris to shoot the squirrel means that even if you press all the buttons and make the right decisions during the chase, there's one part of the process that you will be locked out of being able to do, which is the ultimate thing that stops Sam from being captured. And that is something as simple as turning her flashlight off. Even if you get all the QTEs correctly, and you get her into the spot where she's hiding with her flashlight, the game doesn't give you the prompt to turn the flashlight off if Chris shot the squirrel. So it means that Sam will get captured. However, if you don't shoot the squirrel in chapter 1 as Chris, Sam can still get captured in chapter 5, but it is solely dependent on whether or not you make the right choices and actually get the button prompts. Because when it comes to the final part of the chase, if Chris didn't shoot the squirrel in chapter 1, then the prompt for Sam to turn her flashlight becomes available. To turn her flashlight off becomes available. And then pressing that, and then passing the don't move segment that happens after that. I forgot to mention that. And then passing the don't move segment, it guarantees that Sam won't get captured. And it's not just, oh, Sam didn't captured, and that's what the outcome was that you wanted, and there's no other benefits. It's just like making sure the character doesn't get into the situation where they're captured. But if Sam doesn't get captured, there's a whole area she gets to explore. Whereas if she does get captured, that area is completely cut off. And it's also an area where there's collectibles. So if you're doing a all collectibles playthrough, you very much need to make sure that you do what you need to do to make sure that Sam doesn't get captured. So you can then explore the area, which is the Psycho's workshop, essentially. Plus there's also extra clues in there that give you a bit of a hint as to who the Psycho actually is before the game reveals it itself as well. Max Mandela effect, yeah, the sort of thing where it's like you think things were one way, but they're actually slightly different. Or there's a detail that for some reason you thought was part of the overall thing, but then you find out later that it actually wasn't. And then the question is, was it always like that? Or did something somewhere change where they made the change without making it a big deal? You know what I mean? And that's where it can get very scary when you look at history, because the longer it's been since something happened, the more opportunities there are for the details to be retroactively changed in small ways. Because even one word being different can change the entire context of a sentence, let alone, like a paragraph and all that kind of stuff. But it makes you wonder too, about our memories as humans. If something happened to you 30 years ago on a Tuesday, and then there was something else that happened on a Friday a year afterwards, all that time later, you might think that both events happened on the same day in your memory. But they didn't happen on the same day. They happened on different days, a year apart from each other. But your brain, in remembering it, I guess in some ways, cuts out the unimportant information, which is what days the two events actually happened on. And the brain prioritizes remembering the actual fullness of both events because they happened relatively close to each other. And that's the thing too about games like this, is that they can make you think that the choices you've made earlier were the right ones. And they still might be the right ones, but they could also lead to circumstances that feel like the wrong one. And unless you do the thing right to get you out of that situation, then it will become the wrong thing and all that kind of stuff. There'll be a recap for the start of Chapter 7. So we'll jump back into the story now. and it'll give a recap for what's happened so far. Max. Creepy. Very, very much so. Absolutely. I love the small details in the sound design as well. And I like how it's not all the sounds happening at once, but you have like a certain amount of sounds happening, and then you have the creaking noise that starts to happen. And I like that delayed aspect of a lot of the sound design as well. And in a way, it's almost like a cavern, even though basically Sam's not inside a cave or anything. The sound has a very similar aesthetic to being inside a cave, which is very, very fitting for this game, of course, because we have so many um, structures that the characters are inside of, that they're trapped inside. And what's also what is something that we consider safe, being inside where there's a lot of, elements like snow and wind and rain and everything. It's taking a place that should be safe versus the outside, but even the inside is unsafe as well. Max, it almost sounds like it's coming from your house for real. Oh, does it, Max? Damn. Yeah, that's the other aspect of sound design as time has gone on, the ability to make sounds feel like they're actually coming from certain parts in your own place as well. Like there's some sounds in Assassin's Creed Origins of like a flute that gets played, and I swear the flute is right next to me, or it's somewhere in where I'm living, but it's not. It's distant, but it's also very close sounding as well. I want to talk about spoilers for the game's story for a moment. So I just want to give people a heads up that I'll be talking about spoilers related to Josh, related to the therapist, and also related to potentially other elements of the game's story. So if you haven't played this game before and you're curious about how things end and you'd rather wait until you play it yourself or whatnot, then I'm going to talk about spoilers in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So the character of Dr. Hill is actually a real person that exists. It's Josh's actual doctor. However, the version that we see in the game is in Josh's head. Because the psychiatrist is actually real, there's a lot of things that the psychiatrist would have gotten Josh to do that we as the player have to do in Josh's mind of those sort of events. So when you have to pick, what are you afraid of and all that kind of stuff, because it's Josh who is the one that is in the therapy session, we're seeing in his mind altered versions of these therapy sessions. So Dr. Hill is real. He's not a figment of Josh's imagination, but he is being imagined by Josh in scenarios that are based on real sessions that Josh would have had. And so we have the text message chain there where Dr. Hill is aware that Josh has a plan for what he wants to do, and he's advising Josh against doing it. Which, when we see the version of the Doctor in his mind, the Doctor is saying things like that after we see certain stuff, you know. This is before the reveal of the fact that the Psycho is actually Josh. The guy who's been wearing the mask is actually Josh, and he has set up this whole myth about some serial killer on the loose who wants to get revenge. So all that is made up. But the real threat that the characters don't actually know about yet is the Wendigo. So that's the real threat. The fake threat is the red herring that Josh has set up of the serial killer that doesn't actually exist, but it's him playing the role of the serial killer for the purposes of his prank. And so Dr. Hill, the real Dr. Hill, became aware of what Josh wanted to do, likely because Josh told him what he wanted to do to his friends. And Dr. Hill is kind of like, I don't think you should do that. Come see me. And with Josh not taking his medication anymore and all that kind of stuff. So all that bubbles up and becomes this whole sort of like prank that Josh is doing. He wants to get revenge on his friends for the prank that they pulled on his sister. And so because he wanted to put them through a lot of fear and a lot of sort of like, pain and all that kind of stuff, he wanted them to feel what he perceived his sisters felt, which it's understandable that he wants to get some form of revenge. The extreme that he's gone to, though, is something that goes way beyond what he was even expecting, because he didn't expect the Wendigo or anything like that, which is ironic because he's put so much thought and effort into planning these things. He's gone to every location and he's made sure that he's planted this stuff. He's so meticulous with that, but he's oblivious to the actual threats that are going on. And so because he's got that tunnel vision of, I need to get revenge on my friends, I need to set up these traps, I need to set up these cameras, I need to set up these pranks, these tricks, these audio effects, these visual effects, I need to set all that up. He doesn't realize that there's an actual threat that threatens him and his friends, until it's too late, of course. So yeah, I just wanted to cover a little bit of the story with Dr. Hill and Josh. So the Dr. Hill that we see is the imagined version of Dr. Hill based on the sessions that Josh had with the actual Dr. Hill. Now this is in the original. They made changes to the character of the therapist in the remake to make it match what they had done in the movie with the character, which I completely thought was stupid. But I won't go into that because that's a spoiler for a different thing entirely. That's for the remake and for the movie. But this original game, it has nothing to do with the changes that they made for the remake to match the movie. Hey there, Hugo. I'm doing well, thank you. Things are good. How about yourself? Just thought I'd have a look at the totems. There's some that I've missed. Some I've missed because it's just based on the choices that I made. And then some that I've missed because I forgot about them. Didn't have the guide ready at the time, so overlooked them. But that's okay, because there's still multiple passes through the game I need to do. So there's definitely opportunities to get the ones that I missed as well. And if I can unlock the events of the past, that would be good, because there's sounds that are associated with that full video as well. Normally when I play this game, I like to play what I've got unlocked for the events of the past as we unlock them, to kind of have the effect of adding pieces to a puzzle that isn't fully formed yet. But in this playthrough, there's no point in me just having the sounds be on their own individually without the entire video unlocked. So when I unlock the entire video, that's when I'll play it to get all the sounds that are for that. That's excellent, Hugo. I'm glad to hear that things are going well. That's awesome. I've said this about the other games by Supermassive, but I think for some games in general, it'd be good to even have this as an option that you can have on or off. But it'd be good if a lot of other games would allow you to, if you have the option selected, when you don't move the character, for the camera to actually go into a close-up of them. Because, especially with narrative-driven games, and this isn't something that every player would want to worry about, which is understandable. But if you're someone who likes to mess with the game's camera while doing certain things in games, especially when there's certain moments happening and you want to get some kind of dramatic effect with the camera, it's cool to be able to have in this game the camera go up real close to a character's face. To actually do it, just to recap, because I've mentioned it before, but if I have the character standing near a prompt on the screen, even if they're facing the camera, if they're near the prompt, it won't go into a close-up if you just leave it. It'll have the icon appear on the bottom to tell you to move, but it won't go into the close-up. If I have the character away from the prompt and their back is facing the camera, then the camera won't go into a close-up. It'll still throw the icon on the bottom to tell you to move, but it won't go into a close-up. So you have to be away from any prompts, and you have to make sure that the character is actually facing the camera. They don't have to be facing square on with the camera, they can be on an angle, and if you just wait, it'll then switch to a close-up in a few moments. See? So even though she was facing the camera but on an angle, it still went into a close-up. This is something that doesn't happen in the other Supermassive games that they made afterwards, the Dark Pictures series and the Quarry as well. I don't know if that could be patched into those games in a future update or not, but in any case, for this game, it's very effective, especially when I'm doing these sort of like playthroughs that mess with sound, like the music-only playthrough that I did last year and this sound one that I'm doing now, where because the character is stationary, you can still move their head around. If you start to move them physically like their body, then it'll go out of the close-up. But if you want to keep it in close-up, you can still move their head around and everything as well. So this isn't something that's automatic in the sense of the movement of the head is chosen by the game. There is a subtleness to it. There are like right now, I'm not even moving her head. So of course there's going to be moments where the game itself will make the character's head move. But there's also moments where the character's head won't move. But this is me now, of course, making her head go around like this as well. And sometimes I like to make the character look directly at the camera as if they're breaking the fourth wall as well. Sometimes it doesn't work 100% because there's something else in the game environment that is causing the character not to look. So it's not always about having the head tilted. See there, now I made the character look at the camera. So I like being able to do that in this game with the characters at certain points as well, even when I'm playing the game normally. There is a method to my madness of having the character walk around in circles. It's to try and get the fullness of all the sound effect changes based on what the character's actually treading on. So you can hear like a slight crunching sound when I have the character walk over to this side. So I'm also covering that kind of stuff as well. Oh, Sam, look, we're getting raided. Hey, Sumerian, you're from the future? Uh-huh. Hello there, Lucinda. Fancy being raided by you at this time of day. Thank you very much for the raid, Lucinda. I hope you had a great stream of Chonkers. What was the game like? Is it a game that is like a short sort of game? Welcome on in, Raiders. Hope everyone's doing well. Hey there, John Hamhock. Welcome on in. Hope things are going well. Hey, Necro. How's things, dude? Listen, you know, right? You're like, I know where I'm going to go. Awesome. Thank you very, very much for that. I really appreciate it. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Just a heads up, there is a chance, a very high chance in this stream of very loud sounds happening. So just be aware if you've got headphones on that there are moments in this game where there will be jump scares with a really, really loud noise. Because I've only got the sound on for paying tribute to the sound design of this game for its 10th anniversary. So there's the information about that. So there's nothing wrong with your audio. When there's no talking and stuff, it's because I've turned off the dialogue. Lucinda, turns out it's actually an indie game, so while it's fun to play, there's no story or anything, but it's fun, you like it. It's only like a $4 game. Oh, that's good though. That's cool that it's a game where you can just mess around in the game world, you know, and have fun and enjoy that aspect. So that's really cool. That's good that you enjoyed it. Oh, it's an idle game. I got you now. Idle. Yeah, I thought you might have just meant indie. So it's an idle game. Yeah. I don't think I've really played many of those, to be honest, myself. But that's cool that you enjoyed it, that you had a great time. We're currently in chapter 7 at the moment. And one of the things that I was managing to do was stop Sam from being captured. So we have a whole area here that we're able to explore as well. And yeah, I really like this game a lot. This is the original Until Dawn. They did a remake in 2024, but Sony got someone different to do the remake. The original was by Supermassive, but the remake was done by Blue Moon Studios. I think the name of the studio was as well. But yeah, this is the original 2015 Until Dawn. Lucinda is basically a game that plays itself with minimal effort from you, but does require your input and management to flourish. Oh, I see now. Yeah, because I was wondering about that style of game, actually. But that's pretty cool too, if you just want something that you can relax with and not necessarily have any sort of like pressures to get something done and things like that, be able to relax a bit. Lucinda, they're fun games to chill to, yes. You will probably keep it in the background to play during work tomorrow. But yeah, probably won't stream it again, but you like to play those games, so you wanted to showcase it at least. That's a good idea too as well. Use it as like a background game to play and jump in and out of. Being able to have that would be really cool too, because then you know that you can leave the game and you can just jump back into it whenever you can. Until Dawn is going really well. We're up to chapter 7, and there's 10 in total. It'll probably take me at least 2, maybe even 3 streams, I think, to cover the remaining chapters, just depending on how many different sounds I need to sort of like cover and stuff like that. But I was very happy to be able to, on this first attempt, to get Sam to escape from the clutches of the Psycho, to be able to explore this area as well, because it saves me having to do it again and potentially in the second attempt not actually get it correct. So to get it on the first time in this playthrough is definitely good. I need to backtrack a bit as well, because there was a part that I forgot to take a look at in this part of the Psycho's workshop. Yeah, I love that feeling too as well, Lucinda, especially when you know how annoying it can be otherwise, because you can accidentally press the wrong button. And what I really hate is when you accidentally press the wrong button, but not because you're actively moving your thumb, if you're using a controller, to the wrong button, but when you press the right button, you also accidentally press the wrong button at the same damn time, and the game doesn't separate the two. It just thinks that you pressed the wrong button. Yeah, listen, I absolutely hate when that happens as well. It's like, oh, I know which button to press, and then boom, press two at once, and the game's like, oh, you didn't press the button. Even though you did, but you pressed another button at the same time, so the button press that you needed to do doesn't actually count. From Sam's perspective, she has literally no idea what this whole diagram could be actually referencing in terms of like what's actually going on, because she wasn't anywhere near the trap or anywhere near Josh and Ashley and Chris when it happened as well. But to talk a little bit more about spoilers, basically, Josh set up a trap that was rigged to quote unquote kill him by making it look like he was being sawed, but he actually wasn't. The top part was actually his head sticking through a fake body. And so the part that got cut by the saw was actually the fake part of the body that he set up. And so the pig intestines and everything that he had set up made it look like, to Chris and Ashley, who were obviously in shock and wouldn't be able to tell the difference, or even look at it long enough to be able to look and go, that looks more like animal intestines or whatnot. So yeah, since Sam wasn't there and has no idea of that trap, she can't put two and two together about that. But if you've played the game and you've gotten up to this point and you've gotten Sam to be able to get into this area by not being captured, then you can be like, oh, he rigged it. Hey there, Dumbledore. How's things? Normally, there's obviously a voice on that recording, but because I have just the sound effects on, the voice doesn't come through. All right, so I was just curious about how many clues we actually found. Um, there's one that I missed somewhere before this point because the guide I'm looking at says that looking at the camera and the dummy should be the final clues for the Mystery Man category. But that's still a pretty comprehensive collection of them. The priority isn't getting all the clues unlocked. Um, the totems, though, I do want to get, but there's some that I've missed because certain choices that I had to make for other reasons locked me out of getting them, and also because there was some that I missed because I didn't start looking at a guide for them straight away. But we can pick them up at different points throughout the playthrough because I'm doing what I'm calling multiple passes through the game. So this first pass, when it's done, I'll start the game all over again from scratch and then make different choices to get different scenarios to happen, to have different sound effects happen. And also, I want to go for everyone dies the second time around in this playthrough. Whereas this first pass through, I'm trying to have everyone survive. This clue with the camera and all that, you can get locked out of finding these if Sam got captured, because there's a whole area that she doesn't get access to if she gets captured. But I made sure that she didn't this time around, so we were able to explore fully. just to recap what we've chosen when it comes to the Jess situation. Okay, so earlier in the story, there's a moment where Mike and Jess go off on their own and they find a cabin, and eventually Jess gets captured by something and gets pulled through the window. And then you get the opportunity to make several choices in chasing after what has taken Jessica. If you decide to take all the slow options in traversing the environment, and you get to a certain point, you're guaranteeing that Jess will be dead by the time Mike gets to her. So you need to choose the fast movement options. However, failing too many QTEs with the fast movement will also mean that by the time Mike gets to Jess, she'll be dead. But if you manage to hit all the QTEs, although in this playthrough I fucked up on 2 QTEs but still got the outcome that I wanted. So I know that you can at least fail 2 of the QTEs, but I don't know whether it's those specific 2 that you can fail or just 2 amongst all the ones that you have to do that you can fail. But anyway, we still got the outcome where Mike actually gets to Jess and she's still alive. However, before he can actually help her, she falls down the elevator shaft, making you think she's probably dead. But if you don't get there in time, you'll literally see that she's dead because her jaw will be basically ripped. And that means, of course, she's dead. But if you get to her and she's still breathing and she's still conscious and she looks at Mike and then Mike goes to help her, then the elevator shaft falls down as well. So Mike now has told Sam what happened, but he thinks that Jess is dead because when she fell down the elevator shaft, he just assumed that she's died from the fall. But as I said, if her jaw is separated from her face, then you know that she's literally dead. And so his line works the same way, whether you find her literally dead or he just thinks she's dead when the elevator shaft falls down. Something I'm also covering in this playthrough is not just the sounds that are happening in the environment, and also sounds that happen when there's like gameplay actions that you do to progress the story and all that kind of stuff. I'm also making sure that I cover the sound effects for doing things that don't lead to where you need to go, or at least aren't the right way to go yet, just to cover the different sound effects that can happen as well. Also, if there's an object that I can have the character pick up and moving it makes a sound, I'll actually cover that as well. For example, earlier in the game, there was a pack of matches that Mike can find. And when I had him interact with the matches, before I exited out of that and continued on, I made sure to move the packet around, which of course made the matches inside roll around and made the sound of the rolling around as well. So I'm covering stuff like that too as well. And sometimes I'll do the same thing multiple times just in case some of the sound of it was drowned out by other effects that are happening in the background, to try and, time it so that the sound effect of a door being attempted to open can trigger without too much other sounds over the top of it, which isn't entirely impossible in every single situation, but where I can, I try to do that. So you'll see me do the same actions multiple times, even though it might be a locked door where, the first time you try it, it might be like, oh, the door's locked, move on. But I'm like, I need to make sure the sound comes through as much as possible. With this object, for example, it's not just the sound of when Sam puts her hands on the object, it's also the sound that happens when you let go as well. So I also try to cover that change in sound as well. It'd be funny if you went to this screen when Emily's hanging upside down and her head would be upside down. I guess we could say we're hanging out with Emily in this moment. So earlier, Emily and Matt were on top of the radio tower, and the Wendigo cut off one of the cables holding it up, and it fell down. And Emily and Matt got into a predicament where Emily was hanging off the edge, and Matt was standing over her. And based on what choices you make with the flare gun, can lead to certain outcomes either happening or not happening later when you get to Matt again. But the game has taken us back to Emily at this point to show that she did survive the fall and she got hooked onto this cable or rope or whatever it is, and so she's hanging upside down at the moment. But she doesn't have the flare gun. Or did I have her keep the flare gun? Yeah, no, she has the flare gun still. Matt doesn't have it though. And if Matt doesn't have the flare gun, then he's more susceptible to dying later without it as well. But there's some choices as well that you can make that prevent that from happening as well. For this first pass through, because I want to make sure all the characters survive, there were some choices that I made that went against my other kind of parameter, which is okay, because where I need to, I will. But I wanted to have the characters be friendly to each other as much as possible. But it's just not possible to do that given the choices I wanted to do to make everyone survive and have the flare gun still be something that can be used. Because if Emily has the flare gun and she hasn't fired it beforehand, she can actually use it to prevent being bitten by the Wendigo, which then prevents a whole other scenario from even being a possibility at all. And so for this playthrough, I want to try and avoid that as much as fans of the game who hate Emily are like, oh. But yeah, to cover my bases with these sounds, I need to have even Emily survive. This first pass through, that is. But all the characters, I'll have them die in the next passes through when I have to cover other sound effects and stuff. Yeah, Lucinda. Like just hanging around with Emily. Yeah, it's like you're not gonna kill one of the least favored characters in the game. That whole thing with the sound, I let it go for a long time because there were also sounds that started to happen more frequently as well. So that's the other thing to listen out for that I have to for this playthrough is not straight away thinking that the sounds that are going to play in a scenario have already looped because there might be an additional sound that gets layered in later as well. But I like the sound design there because you've got the crackling of the flames, and then you've got the sounds of what you don't know yet is actually the Wendigo and all that kind of stuff going on as well. But we will have Emily swinging shortly, but wanted to stay on that wide shot to cover the sound effects as well. Lucinda. Okay, right, it's about bedtime for you, but alas, I will see you tomorrow morning. Hope you have a great rest of your stream. Absolutely, definitely will for sure. We'll be going back to France to deal with the rat plague. Thank you for being here, Lucinda, and thank you very much as well for the raid. I appreciate that too. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel. Was doing a playthrough of a game called Chonkers. Also a big fan of the Resident Evil series, so when Resident Evil 9 Requiem drops, we'll definitely be doing a playthrough of that game. Also does yearly marathons of the Resident Evil series as well, but also random streams sometimes of Resident Evil, both classic and also remakes as well. Also a big fan of stealth games with the Dishonored series, and also enjoys games like The Last of Us and also Dying Light and Dead Island. That's all good for the shout out, Lucinda. No problem at all. I hope you get some good rest and definitely catch you in the next one. Thanks for hanging out with us and Emily for that moment where she was hanging upside down. Oh, I think Emily knows we're talking about her. Whoops. Yeah, listen to Emily like, how rude. It's like, what did I do? Hey there, Not Fry, welcome. How's things? Excellent, Not Fry, that's good to hear. Glad you're going well. I'm doing good, having a good day today. Until Dawn is going well also. We're in chapter 7, and we've got Emily here in some caverns. She was hanging upside down earlier, attached to a cable from a radio tower that had fallen down, and we managed to get her out of that predicament, and now she's in this part of the caverns and just covering the sounds and stuff in here. There's actually a lot of interesting sounds in this whole section. You've got like a mixture of the cave stuff, but you've also got the screeches of things happening with the Wendigo, and then you've also got like the the fire of the torch that Emily has making a sound as well, and then the dripping of water. So it's really cool to look at all the different layers of sound. Thank you very much, Not Fry, for the 150 stream streak. That is amazing. Thank you very much for that. Really appreciate it. Yeah, not fry. It really is, all the subtle sort of things too, as well. And I was saying earlier how I'm also covering when there's objects to pick up and moving the object around in case there's any sounds related to that too. And even when there's something to interact with, like there was a block of wood that was barring a door earlier, and when Sam grabs it, you've got the sounds of her hands clasping it, but then you've also got the sound if you actually let go of her skin, of her hand, sort of like going smooth against it as she lets go of it. Even sounds like that as well, covering all that kind of stuff. Yeah, really, it's some in-depth stuff. And then you got like the rustling of the clothes when characters are walking when they're wearing certain kinds of clothes with different fabrics and all that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's another way to put it too as well. Detailed sounds. And there's so many things where it's like doing more than just the basics, adding flavor and texture with the sound by adding in different layers that in other games maybe they might not put that much detail in. But in a game like this, that's been trying to be cinematic as well. It's cool to have all these different sounds. It is pretty cool, Nofra. Yeah, they put a lot of effort into the sounds. Yeah, it's interesting when you see like behind the scenes when the Foley artists are doing the sound effects of footsteps, clothes rustling, impact sounds, and all that kind of stuff. And sometimes the things that they use, like they use celery sticks a lot for the crunching sounds as well of certain things. And then I imagine they've got like chicken bones that they can do little cracking sounds that could also double for like a twig being broken. Yeah, Dumbledore. The sounds are great. Really good sound design. This is the first time doing a playthrough that I've done the sound effects only on. I've done plenty of games with just the music track on, but I thought this would be a good game to do as my first sound effects only game. There's other games that I'd love to do it with, but the volume for the sound effects is also tied to dialogue sometimes. And so there's some parts where it's like I'd love to isolate the sounds, but I can't because the dialogue will also trigger with the sounds. Alien Isolation is also a game where they've got some of the stuff tied on the same volume slider, so you miss out by having one volume turned down. You miss out on two separate aspects. Outlast, unfortunately, the music, sound effects, and dialogue is all on the one volume slider, so you can't. I mean, on the PC version, obviously, you could probably go in and mess with the sound files and all that, but on console, you can't isolate the individual sounds from the dialogue from the music in the first Outlast. That's interesting. This has several different variations of the sound of Emily grabbing the lid of this box. Usually it's the same sound effect every time you have the character interact with some stuff. So that's a really cool detail. Butterfly effect. Thank you, Mr. Goatee, for redeeming that as an Arnie impression from this game. Thank you very much. How's it going, dude? Mr. Goatee, it's hot today. Blood test tomorrow. Played Final Fantasy VIII. Got knocked out by the Guardian Force brothers. You're around level 60 in that. You've been loving the card game. I hope that your blood test goes well tomorrow, Mr. Goatee, and that you don't have to wait too long for the results of it. That's cool that you're enjoying that card game as well. Is it similar to any other kinds of card games? Mr. Goethe, it's in numbers. Each card has four numbers, top left, right bottom, 4, 5, 6, 8. All if you have to do is beat the card with a stronger number and place it on the top left or right and capture the card. Oh, okay, so it's like a card capturing kind of game. I see. The best card game, though, I think, is Gwent. Mr. Goatee, yeah, if the player beats your card, it glows red, and if they win, they get your card. You'll post a video of the Final Fantasy VIII card game. Oh, that's fair, dude, yeah. Yeah, it's good to have visual indicators like that. The card game in Final Fantasy VIII is called Triple Triad. It's an in-game turn-based strategy minigame played on a grid where players use cards with the numbers 0 to 9 or A for 10 to control more of the board than their opponent by placing higher ranking sides adjacent to opponent cards. Your dyslexia ruined that typing up above so bad. Oh, that's fair enough, Mr. Goatee. Yeah, that's no worries at all, dude. Yeah, sometimes you get these mini games that you play for a little bit and then you might be like, nah. Like for me, Orlog in Assassin's Creed Valhalla is like that. It's not a card game, of course, but it's a mini game in Assassin's Creed Valhalla that I don't care for. So the only point in the game's narrative where you actually have to do it to get a clue to one of the Order of the Ancients members, I always like to get that out of the road as soon as possible. Mr. Gote, but man, your typing is bad sometimes. Also, been watching food places to visit in Japan for under 10,000 yen. Right, the market down the road from your hotel is all around 900 yen for snacks, which is like a couple of coins, you think. You're going with 121,000 yen, so that's 2 weeks easy. Oh, that's all good, dude. Yeah. I mean, if I was expecting a submitted report, I would want the typing to be perfect. No, just kidding. It's all good, dude, about the typing. That's okay. I think we've all been there with our typing where it's not as what we want. But that's good too, as well, that you've got that sorted with your visit to Japan. It's definitely good to take note of that for your budget as well. And that's good that you've got enough for at least 2 weeks, and to be able to cover other stuff after that as well. Hello there, Dex. Thank you very much, dude, for the raid. Welcome to you and your raiders. I hope everyone's doing well. How was your stream, dude? Hey there, Mistress Memstress. Welcome on in too. How's things, everyone? How was Cyberpunk 2077? I still haven't played the first 2076 games in that series, but maybe I'll get to it eventually. Welcome everyone to my sound effects only playthrough of Until Dawn. Um, just a loud sound warning for people wearing headphones, because there is a lot of loud sound effects. There's sound effects that are more ambient that aren't necessarily as loud, but there's also impact sounds, sounds of explosions or gunshots, sounds of jump scares with screeching and all that kind of stuff. So just a heads up to adjust your headphone volume accordingly, because some of these sounds too can just be random. Like you can be walking along and then boom, big loud sound as well.
Rod, got a Dex raid. Heck yeah. I'll be back.
Thank you, QuickDex, for redeeming that as a Bane impression. Thank you very much. Memstress, you think they finally nailed it in the 2077th game? Well, I mean, it might have taken them a while to get to that point where they got to that level of quality, but hey, they got there in the end. Or maybe they're doing like the Star Wars thing where you release the later numbered entry and then you go back to have the earlier ones. Dex Cyberpunk was awesome. You'll finish it one of these days, you promise? That's good that you're enjoying it, Dex, and if it takes a while to get through, then definitely so be it. It's good to enjoy it, and I really like that style as well, which is ironic because I'm not really a big fan of the Blade Runner movie. I never saw the second one though, and maybe the version I saw of the first one because there's 50 different versions. Maybe the one I was watching of the first Blade Runner is not one of the good ones. But I definitely like the Deus Ex games as well as the look of Cyberpunk as well. Definitely looking forward to playing that one myself. For those who are new to the channel, I do streams daily, different games at different times and different days as well. I'm going to be changing the way I've formatted the schedule to make it a little bit more understandable because I've just recently decided to do early games and the main games as well. So, main game wise, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays is actually going to be Splinter Cell Chaos Theory. I need to change that once we finish Plague Tale Innocence. Um, After this stream of Until Dawn, I'm going to take a break and then come back to finish off A Plague Tale Innocence. Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays is Red Dead Redemption 2 at the moment. So they're all the main games that happen at a later point in my day. The early games, though, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays is Until Dawn. So I started this stream about 2 hours and 26 minutes ago, and my current time is this at the moment. And once A Plague Tale Innocence is finished, then Splinter Cell Chaos Theory will become the main game on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. I'm still in the middle of the Red Dead 2 playthrough, but once that's finished, I'll be doing Red Dead 1. I like to play them in timeline order when I do my annual playthroughs of them back to back. Dex, oh, you didn't see Blade Runner, the director's director Ultimate Platinum Edition? That makes sense. Are you sure though that that's the Ultimate Edition? I thought there was a Blade Runner's The Ultimate Director's Ultimate Director Ultimate Platinum Super Duper Special Edition. Dex, well, yes, that's true, but it depends on what camp you're in. Yeah, that's the other thing too, as well. I should actually give Blade Runner another chance at some point. Damn it. My voice went over that sound effect a little bit. I wasn't expecting that sound to happen right there, stepping on that part, considering I already had Emily step around there before and nothing happened. But it can't be helped. I can't reload checkpoints or anything. Mr. Gote, how are you enjoying the game still after so many playthroughs and time? Yeah, still enjoy this game a lot. It's like watching a movie that you like to rewatch and never get tired of watching again. And I'm definitely making up for lost time with this game because I didn't play it when it first came out. By the time I got to play it, it was 5 years since the game had come out. So that was 2020. So after I got the game for the PlayStation 5 in 2023, I think it was, then, or maybe it was 2024 actually, when I got it. When did Resident Evil 4 Remake come out? Because I got my PS5 when that game came out, or close to its release. But yeah, ever since getting the game for the PlayStation 5, I've been able to make up for the time I would have played the game if I'd been playing it since 2015. Because this definitely would have been a game. I mean, it has become an annual playthrough, but it definitely would have been an annual playthrough game after finishing it for the first time if I played it in 2015. But the great thing about games like this is that if you do enjoy the gameplay and the story and all that kind of stuff, because there's different outcomes that you can have, there's also different ways that you can play the game. And for me, when there's a game that I've played multiple times, I like to start to look for different ways to play it, which then eventually evolves into trying to find unique ways to play it that aren't ways that I've come up with myself and no one else has ever thought of course, but I mean to say, for my own playthroughs experience of games, I do like to try and come up with stuff that I haven't done before, um, and sort of think about how to play a game differently. That's why it's been fun with other games to do different approaches, like with looking at multiple characters in a game, being able to go, right, I'll play this character this way, and I'll play this other character a different way, and then I'll play this other character yet a different way, and coming up with sort of different ways to play through the game can make it feel fresh as well. That's why I don't like to just do the one type of playthrough every single time. I like to shake it up a bit. There might be games where I just do the main story and don't do any side stuff, but then the next time around, I might decide to do side stuff. Maybe the next time around, I'll worry about getting like optional objectives if there are any. Other playthroughs, I won't worry about it because I can definitely stick to, if I feel like doing optional objectives in a game, I'll stick with it until I get the optional objectives done. But I never go, oh, I'll change my mind now and won't do the optional objectives and abandon it. If I want to actually do it, then I will. But if I don't want to do it, I don't care about it. So it doesn't matter to me if I miss something. It doesn't feel like I'm failing at the game or anything like that. I'm just like, that's not a concern right now. I don't care about the optional objectives. Just sticking with this. Hey there, Arthuri. Good morning, dude. How's your morning going so far? Mr. Gote, the Resident Evil 4 remake was officially released on March 24, 2023. Well, there you go. Yeah. I don't remember if it was very close to its release, but it must have been kind of close because I don't remember having to wait too long to play that game. But I wanted to make sure that that was the first PlayStation 5 game that I actually played. Because one of the first PlayStation 1 games I ever played was a Resident Evil game, which was Resident Evil 3. Plus the original Resident Evil 4, the first version I played was the PlayStation 2 version as well. So I thought for the remake it'd be good to wait until I had a PlayStation console again. Arthuri, you woke up about 20 minutes ago, tired. Oh, that's fair enough, Arthuri, though, as well. I hope that you get some really good sleep later as well. I'm doing good, Arthuri. Things are going well, having a good stream. Been enjoying getting back to this game and doing some more of it. thank you, Arthuri, for the wishes of hope for my stream of Until Dawn session. And yeah, it's going well. I want to make sure that for the first pass through for this playthrough, that all the characters survive. And knock on wood, so far I've managed to have that happen. But there's still definitely plenty of opportunities for that to go wrong. If it does, I'll just have to wear it, and then on the next pass through try and get the result that I actually wanted. But we'll worry about that as it pops up, if it pops up. Arthuri, you ask when you complete the long AC Syndicate project. GG's for that. What is the next AC project you have? Are you thinking for that? Oh, thank you for the GG's, Arthuri. Yeah, it was good to finish that playthrough, doing a really deep dive to listen to as much of the game's dialogue as possible. And it was really great on the train hideout because normally when playing through the game, the rooks, because they're primarily a game mechanic, it might be easy to forget that they're actual characters too. You don't get to know the names of every single rook, but there's a few that you do, and they have dialogue between each other, and it changes depending on what part of the story you're up to and what you've done. And I really appreciated that too. And showcasing the missions that can be done as either Jacob or Evie was good to do each one as both, back to back, to really show the differences in their dialogue. And even when their dialogue might be the same for some stuff, the way that they delivered the line would definitely be different, aside obviously from the voices being different, but different tone and inflection sometimes. But a lot of the dialogue for Evie was definitely styled to be for Evie, you know what I mean? But the character you would speak to would still say their dialogue, which of course would still match. So I appreciated that too. And also hearing all the NPCs talk in the game world and actually paying attention to what they're saying, because it can be very easy to just bypass all that because you're too focused on other stuff. And so slowing things down and actually actively listening for those dialogues. And you also start to see the sort of like the behind the scenes in a way of how things were done, or you see how things have limits and all that kind of stuff. Like, for example, you might run past some NPCs and they might be saying something like, this isn't an example from the game, but they might be saying something like, oh, did you see the news today? No, I didn't. What happened? And that's all you might hear, because by the time they say what they say, you've already long gone, right? But if you stop and listen, they might say that, and then they go on to say, yeah, I did hear the news. I can't believe that they did that. You know, and then if you stay longer, they might repeat the same dialogue a couple of times, but then they might say something new as well. But what was funny is sometimes you'd have a group of NPCs talking about one particular thing as one particular kind of character, but then in the middle of the conversation they'd switch. For example, there's some NPCs that are going over a newspaper article, and one of the characters is talking about how the newspaper article, they want to sue the newspaper over it. And the other person is reading it and basically going through it and pointing out things and asking questions about it. But then all of a sudden, the person that was looking at the newspaper article with the other character turns out to be a doctor all of a sudden. And the other person is complaining about the fact that they have to pay all this extra money for the doctor's appointment and all this kind of stuff. And the thing about that is, you might be running past those characters and only hear one story, but then, if you stay behind, you realize that they've assigned two separate stories to the same group of NPCs, but they're supposed to be different characters, if that makes sense. But as for the next AC project, I do have my annual ones coming up soon-ish, but I also have another Assassin's Creed game that I want to slot into the schedule as well, which is Assassin's Creed Chronicles China, because there are some playthroughs I've got in mind for that, for its anniversary as well. Hey there, Keone. Hope things are going well. Hey, Oliver. Good morning, dude. How's your morning going? You had an early wake up today. It's not even 6 a.m. yet. Very, very early then. Is it light out or is it still dark out? Welcome on in, dude. Yeah, Theory, there's so many different dialogues that you hear in Syndicate, and also on the train hideout after certain missions. Evie will say certain things to Jacob, and he will say certain things to her, depending on which character you're playing as on the train at any given time. However, if you go too far in the story, you can miss some of that dialogue because it is tied to a very specific mission. And sometimes you can do another mission and that dialogue will still be present. But then if you do a second mission after that, it goes away completely. So I wanted to go with a fine tooth comb through all of that to cover my bases. So yeah, it was 47 stream sessions altogether, but it would have been less without all the game crashes causing the stream to end automatically and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, in total, 47 stream sessions. Started the playthrough in November last year. Didn't do it every day since then, but did at least a few days a week since November to get it done. So I'm glad to finally say that I finished that playthrough. And that's only phase one. I've got two other phases planned as well before it reaches its 11th anniversary. Yeah, through, it's kind of like a balancing act sometimes because it's also the timing of stuff. And I've put down all the deadlines for when games celebrate their next anniversary. So I know what my deadline is because I don't want to do like, an 11th, a 12th, a 13th, and a 14th anniversary. I prefer to wait until a game has at least been out for 10 years. And then after that, I like to do it in increments of 5 years after that to do anniversary playthroughs. It's still very dark outside, Oliver. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Well, I hope you had some good rest. Oliver, so scary. Imagine being in this predicament in real life. But then add that there's like a supernatural Wendigo creature that could jump out at you anytime. A theory your plan is playing AC Shadows and complete. You think it's not so much a main story yet. Then you start first time Assassin's Creed Unity and GTA San Andreas is important for you. You were playing that at very, very much when you were a child, so you think maybe one more time. And no definite edition, but the original version. Very nice, theory. That's cool as well. It's always interesting when you revisit a game that was from your childhood, and there's things about it that you might not have recognized at that point that might have gone over your head, but when you play it all these years later, things start to click into place again. Congratulations on almost getting. Oh, you're gonna. Sorry, you haven't completed AC Shadows yet, but you're on in the process of it. I see. But it'll be interesting to see what you think about Assassin's Creed Unity as well for your first time playing through it. Yeah, Oliver, that Alan Wake emote from Alan Wake 2. I just love the expression on his face and the whole thing. Definitely be funny to have the close up of him being able to do that in the game itself. I mean, if you stand there, you can see it, of course, in the part of the game where it happens, but a theory quote for that. Oh shit, here we go again. Iconic line, CJ main character, first steps by GTA San Andreas. That's feeling coming first when you start a game. Exactly, yeah. And you got the follow the damn, all you had to do was follow the damn train, CJ, as well. Becoming such a meme and very memorable. In this part here, we have a QTE section that you can fail as many times as you want, and you'll still be able to succeed eventually if you get the prompts right. With these moments, just like in my music-only playthrough where I wanted to try and cover as many differences in the music based on failing or succeeding, I'm going to do the same thing with the sound effects only playthrough. So I will be doing a varied combination of different approaches and also failing versus succeeding a little bit, but then failing a little bit, just to cover as many differences in the sound effects that there could be as well. Sometimes the camera angle will be different depending on how high the character is up on a climb. So I like to try and cover that with the different sounds as well. Theory, do you think playing GTA San Andreas stream? I've done a playthrough of it on the stream a few years ago, actually, because I never finished it back in the day. And so it was very good to actually finish it for the first time. And I played the original version as well, because I wanted to do a playthrough of the originals as well. But as for any future plans with GTA San Andreas, nothing that's locked in at the moment. But I definitely would like to replay it again, but maybe play the definitive edition version. I'm hoping though that it's improved from Vice City because GTA 3 was the last game that I played, the, the, the definitive version of, and I got sick of it after a while because even that version didn't improve some stuff. And I'm like, fuck it. It's very rare for me to end the playthrough without actually finishing the game, but that was one of them. But San Andreas, by default, had a lot of improvements anyway upon GTA 3 and Vice City, so it might not be as annoying. Hey there, Spicy Chicken. How's things going? Welcome on in. Hope things are going well. A theory, you're playing PS2 100% Definitive Edition, 100% and Platinum, and you have a PS4 version, the original version, you think, if you're Platinum for that too. Oh, very nice, theory. Yeah, I imagine too there's a lot of very difficult trophies in that game to get as well. I mean, the later GTA games can have some tricky missions, but I feel like the earlier ones have even trickier ones because it's also about the amount of information they give the player to work with. A lot of the older missions in the older games are pretty much just like, just figure it out, see ya. Whereas later games, they're at least a bit like, here's this piece and this is what you have. Okay, you need to go and do this as well. And so there's that aspect too. But then it can go too far the other way. You don't want to have your hand held too many times and too often. Sometimes Red Dead Redemption 2 is guilty of that, where it'll go overboard with trying to funnel you into a certain way of doing things, where the split second you don't do it, the game thinks you need to have a reminder of what you need to do. It's like something happens in the game. If you don't interact with it at the split second, the other character is like, well, come on then, interact with it. It's like, whoa, hang on, Have that happen if it's 10 minutes later and nothing's been done. Then have the character be like, hurry up then, interact with it. Sorry to hear that things are not really that good, Spicy Chicken. Hopefully things will improve as the day goes on as well. Hopefully you'll end up having a great day. There we go, Emily. We got there in the end, didn't we? So there we go. Tried to cover as many differences as possible to try and cover all the different possible sound effects for the falls, but also the grasping of stuff, but also the missing of things, but also the different paths up and all that kind of stuff. Sometimes you get the same cutscene of the fall used for different approaches. You don't always get like a fresh, different cutscene, but sometimes you do as well. So we did that as Emily. There's other points where a similar kind of thing happens. Earlier with Mike, there was a wall thing that he had to climb that I also covered all the different variations of failing and succeeding and different paths to cover all the sound effects. And there definitely will be more. There's also a part with Sam later on where something similar happens. Although at the start of the game, there's also a part where Sam has to climb something and you can fail it multiple times because there's no sort of punishment for those particular sort of climbings. Same with that one we just did there as well. Yeah, Oliver, it looks so funny too, the sounds and like the falls and everything. Spicy chicken, you misplaced your wallet somewhere. You're damn sure that it's in your bedroom somewhere. That really sucks when that happens, especially something like a wallet, you know. I really hope you're able to find it. Hopefully it is just in your bedroom there and it hasn't gone, you know, somewhere else as well. So I hope you can find it soon. Oliver, that dropped though, poor girl. Yeah, the sound effect of the landing, yeah. And then you got like the sort of like rings that are on the wall that you can grab, and the sound of that too, the jingle, but then the letting go and falling. Hey there, Spectrum. It's going well, thank you. Things are good. How about yourself? Oliver, that sound inside of that fall made you laugh more than it should have. Got to add a little bit of slapstick. There was a playthrough I did of this game one time where I role played as a mastermind that wanted to put the characters through as much torment as possible and also have all the characters die. So it wasn't simply just make sure they die, it was also make sure that they fall, that they hit their head on stuff, that they trip over, and all this kind of stuff. There's a sequence where Mike chases after Jess, and I made sure to choose all the fast options but then let him fail at each QTE. So he'd be hitting his head on stuff, slipping over, falling over, you know, all that kind of stuff. If a character could get pushed into water by another character or forced into it or whatever, then I'd do that too as well, all the way along. And so that was an interesting way to do like a everyone dies playthrough as well. Make them all, you know, hit themselves and fall over and stuff to add some slapstick. Spicy chicken, you're going to call to put a calling pin thing on it. Yeah, I mean that's good too, you know, for the future if you need it as well, to have some way to at least know exactly where it is. Spectrum, you can top that, Oliver. You lost a wedding ring years ago, never found them. Uh, oh yeah, Spicy Chicken lost his wallet. You lost your wedding ring years ago, never found them. You'd lost weight and they slipped off when you're out shopping. Oh no, that's a shame that you never found them, Spectrum. Especially something that has a lot of, you know, sentimental value. Spicy chicken, you swear it'd be easy to cure a horrible disease than finding things in your room. Well, hopefully, you'll be able to find it soon as well. Oliver, you lost nothing? Well, that is good. Definitely good. Oliver, you only lost your sleepiness this morning. Oh, you did. It's gone missing. So now you lost your wallet last year, had your mom, dad, grandma, and papa's old IDs and some other little cards you saved for years. That really sucks too, Sona, that you lost your wallet with all that inside it. That's really unfortunate as well. Spectrum, that sounded like the death whistle. I hadn't actually heard about that for a long time. I can't even remember which part of the world it was supposed to originate from. Um, but I do recognize the name of the death whistle. Isn't it like a skull shape as well, the actual whistle itself? Spicy Chicken, you're going to get a chain for your wallet. That's a good idea too, as well, Spicy Chicken, for sure. Spectrum, traditionally skull-shaped, but doesn't have to be as long as the internal workings are correct. I got you, Spectrum, yeah. So it's something that multiples have been made of, is it? Spicy Chicken, on the brighter side, you've been losing weight and started writing a Transformers story. So far, you've come up with the title Transformers Cogito Ergo Sum. That's good that you're having a good creative session with your story, Spicy Chicken. That's really good that you've lost some weight too, as well. I hope that you're going to be having like a good process with that. Spectrum, you finally got your website up and running. Still a big work in progress, though. That's good that you got to that step, though, Spectrum, as well. Definitely understandable that you got a lot more work to get done for it, but that's cool that you got it up and running. Spicy Chicken, now come to think of it, you were also playing a horror game earlier, Killer Frequency. Oh, yeah, I've heard about that one. I haven't actually played it myself, but I think I wishlisted it, and that way I can remember it for a future time. Because sometimes something gets announced, and if I don't wishlist it, then months and months and months can go by, and then I forget about it. Spectrum, you wrote a couple of novels. You sadly have no idea what happened to them. You had the files on Google Docs, then lost that account. Oh, damn. all the work, all the time it took as well to have that happen, like that really sucks, Spectrum. Sona, it was a nice genuine leather wallet too. You had it for 21 years. Oh, damn, Sona. That would really hurt extra too, having it for that long and then losing it as well after that. Hey there, Ryu. Welcome on in, dude. How's things? Another night of jump scare the game. It absolutely is. Yeah, we're still in chapter 7 at the moment. I don't know if I'll finish chapter 7 before I have to end this stream, because I still want to give myself time for a break and then come back with a Plague Tale. But it's going well though. Definitely a lot of loud sounds in this stream. A lot of loud screeching noises and fire going off and all that kind of stuff. AC, you're the sick doing the dies. Tell your wife, go fuck yourself. Tell your children you're going out for milk. You'll come back someday. Well, sorry to hear that you're not feeling well, AC. Hopefully, you don't do the die. Hopefully, you'll get 100% soon as well, AC. And if you do go to get the milk, hopefully, it'll be in date as well. But yeah, sorry to hear that you're not feeling well, AC. You going well, Ryu? Just woke up. Very nice, dude. That's good. Glad to hear that you're doing well. Jump Scare, the game, plus the adventures of Rat Boy and Slingshot Girl. Exactly, Ryu. That's on the stream menu today. I'll be finishing off that game as well, A Plague Tale Innocence, today. So then it will be Splinter Cell Chaos Theory on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. Going to be doing another phase for its 20th. Um, I think I don't know which date in March it celebrates its 21st anniversary, but I definitely want to get it done before the end of March, which I definitely will. That's definitely doable. There's definitely no worries, Spectrum. Totally understand for sure. I really hope you get some good sleep. And thank you. I definitely will have some fun with this. I hope that you have a good one. Thank you for leaving the lurk too. Hey there, Code. Welcome. You managed to spit your morning coffee again. You found the news about 9 Italian hermit monks who live in a small spot inside a wildlife reserve. Issues arisen are too much Netflix and social networks usage. Oh, really? A bit too much. Got to watch out with those Netflix addictions. So too much Netflix and social networks. A lot of hours, I imagine, spent. I hope things are going well, Code. Code decently, less headaches, and sinuses are trying to dry up finally. All very good. Glad to hear that things are going well, that you're getting better as well. Less headaches is definitely a good thing, but no headaches at all would definitely be way better. So hopefully that happens soon. code, the prior of a hermitage in Tuscany has urged monks living in the secluded retreat to avoid the use of social media and streaming services, arguing that their rooms are sacred places for prayer and not for Netflix or other platforms. A direct quote. I mean, that is fair as well, if that's the original intention for those spaces as well. But I guess too, the temptation to just check out social media or Netflix might also be a bit too strong sometimes as well. But I mean, that's, I guess, part of being human as well. Max, do you think the Foley artists walked around to make those sounds, footsteps that is? Yeah, I wonder too, if there's a difference between just doing footsteps on the spot, where the texture that the character's walking on is the same, versus actually walking around to get the difference between one surface and the other. Um, I don't know if they would do each one individually and then combine them together in the layering, or whether they would actually do walking from one surface to another um, in a short sort of like radius maybe. But when you think about all the sounds that happen in real life without us even paying attention, but Foley artists have to pay attention to that to emulate it in movies and games and stuff like that. Having to have a good ear for the differentiation between a sound that is a light sound versus a heavy sound as well, and the different variances between each one. Also, how much weight is the character putting on their footsteps? Do you just have every single character, as long as their shoes are the same kind of shoe and they're stepping on the same kind of thing? Do you just basically have one for all of them? Or do you make various changes to fit the character as well? Like if there's a character that shuffles their feet more when they walk versus a character that basically tiptoes a bit, because some people walk on the what would be called? Be the is it the top of your feet? I can't remember what the actual name for on the soles of your feet, but where your toes and that are. Like some people walk putting more on that, or sort of like planting their feet on the ground or stomping as well. Max, yeah, true. You like how the footsteps varied with some sand and without. Oh yeah, dude. And going from one surface into water, and also going from carpet or a mat that has a certain fabric but it's thin. So if you stepped on it, you would be getting the sound of the actual fabric, but also the sound of what's underneath the mat. Whereas if it was kind of thicker, maybe the sound of what is under the mat would be silent, and it would only be the fabric sound of the pressure being applied and stuff like that. But yeah, when you think about it, it's like all the different sounds and stuff. And I imagine too, there's probably points where you could probably go a bit overboard and make it too varied to a point where it just sort of gets a lot of details get lost, as well. But I guess too, there's also prioritizing what sound effects you want to have as well over others. Like there might be a scene where you want the sound effect more for the maybe if it's a horror movie and there's a dead body falling from the ceiling, you wouldn't necessarily worry about, okay, do we have a bird in the background or not? It wouldn't really matter. It's just the dead body would be more important in that situation. You wouldn't worry about trying to layer in like sounds of birds and nature outside. You'd want the attention to be on the dead body and have the sound of it falling down. and this is where I'm going to call it a stream for Until Dawn for today. The next stream of this will be on Friday. We're into chapter 8 now. When I resume, I'll be able to have that recap play again at the start of the next stream. If you pause it before it gets too far into the next chapter, you can make sure that the recap will happen the next time you load the game up and go resume. So I'll make sure of doing that. I just want to thank everyone for watching this stream. I really appreciate it. I'm going to give some shout outs before I end, and then I'm going to take a long break before coming back with the main game today, which is A Plague Tale: Innocence, to finish off that playthrough. Would definitely like to recommend people check out AC, who does games like GTA Online, Conan Exiles, as well as Dishonored. Arthuri, who is doing NBA 2026. Lucinda was doing a playthrough of a game called Chonkers. Necro was doing a playthrough of Fallout 76. And QuickDex was playing Cyberpunk 2077. So definitely recommend checking out those streamers if you haven't before. I'm going to work out how long of a break I'm going to take before coming back with A Plague Tale: Innocence. But yeah, the next stream of this will be on Friday. Okay, so it's not exactly 4:45 for me yet, but what I'll say is I'll be back with A Plague Tale: Innocence in about 2 hours and 15 minutes, thereabouts. Um, Definitely understandable if not everyone is able to make it to the next stream if you're interested in watching A Plague Tale: Innocence. But thank you very much for watching this stream. I appreciate it. So that'll be 2 hours and 15 minutes break. That's okay, Arthuri, for the shout out, dude. Here is easy morning AC Shadows goes continued. Afternoon was more work today. Oh, well, that's good that you made some more progress in AC Shadows, and I hope that when all the work is done, that you can, relax as well, dude. That's no worries at all for the shout out. Thank you once again, everyone, for watching the stream, and I'll be back in about 2 hours and 15 minutes with A Plague Tale: Innocence to finish the game. I've got the French voices active for the playthrough with English subtitles. The game is set in France, for those who haven't played it before, and I wanted to do a playthrough for a while now with the language set to French, so almost finished that. It'll probably still be a few hours stream worth, but we've only got a few chapters left. I'll be back in 2 hours and 15 minutes.